Nice done, huh? Alright, let's go. No, ¿qué? ¿Por qué? Oh my god. 147. Unpacking this. Oh, it's not downloading? It's... Come on, bruh. Well, I don't know how long that's gonna take, so let's, So what are we doing? Meantime, FH. God or chaos. Four days ago.
And we're back with another episode of Before You Buy. And we're back with another episode of Before You Buy. That show where we give you some straight up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. Wow. It's me, Jake, and we're talking about Forza Horizon 6. The developers, Playground Games, they're at it again with another open world racing game, and that once again blends some realistic racing sim stuff with more arcadey elements in a perfect mix that they've done over these years. 6 now brings the Horizon Festival to Japan and brings in some new progression tweaks and overall changes in feel. And I think it's another great Horizon game. Where I really liked 5, I don't know, something about this one in particular just clicked with me way more. I got into a better flow state with the driving feel, and the new location, Japan here, absolutely carries. Japan is a game changer setting, and that's been worth it alone, enough for me so far. Now, just so you know, I've been playing a review copy, and this footage is captured running on PC and is spoiler free. The car dies at the end. So Horizon 6 does the standard Horizon big cinematic intro, and then it just drops you right into it. Where 5 felt very quickly overwhelming because it felt like you could just do whatever, whenever, 6 here is a bit more paced out, with a return to some progression focus. So the old wristband system is back. To simplify the explanation, kind of, I might butcher it, but it's kind of like working your way up tiers. You do a bunch of selection of races to eventually qualify to do a big fun Horizon Fest race and net you a new color wristband. Then that gives you access to more races that are more exciting. And each wristband brings new opportunities, races, level of challenge, and car types in said races. So you kind of get your feet wet with some milder races and get to crazier stuff as you go. It's still pretty flexible though, it doesn't bore you with like completely lame races at the start like the old Gran Turismo games did. And just after like a bit of driving, you'll earn enough to buy more cool cars. But it all just feels nicely, gently, more directed and somewhat paced this time around. In my playtime, I never felt any downtime or thinking, what do I do next? From the way the game presents, the next activity suggestions after you complete a race, to dynamic community events popping up in the world, to just looking out for mascots and billboards to crash into and collect, it just really feels like it has the fun factor locked down. And a lot of that comes to player customization in terms of controls and feel and all that. I always mention it in these Forza videos, but one key aspect of these games is the customization for driving experience. If you're a novice and you're not good with these games and you don't know how to really lead, corner, or brake, or draft, the game has plenty of settings, a lot on by default, to help guide you through the driving experience. Or you can turn all that shit off and go completely hardcore in the racing sim feel. Personally, for me with these, I do a mix of some settings on, some settings off. I don't know, I always just respect the amount of options and customization options for the driving they put into these games. But again, back to the fun factor. Like, while you're driving, as always, you get XP for everything, from drifting to drafting to narrowly dodging incoming traffic, and now you're leveling up and earning skill points. So each car has a skill tree. Skill points can be spent on any car you own, so, maybe hang on to them for a car you love. The skill tree, it isn't the most thrilling thing ever. It's mostly XP bonuses, like depending on what you're doing, like getting a skill tree node that gives you greater XP bonus on drifting, greater XP bonus on straight up, like stuff like that. But I still like having this. What I do really like about these games in general is the variety. Off-road, trucks, street races, long cross-country races, weather-dependent stuff. We've seen a lot of this stuff in these games before, sure, but variety is the real spice of these games, and 6 leans into it with the Japan setting. There's a lot of opportunities for fun races. Tighter city streets in Tokyo, or maybe a big race course through the big famous intersections. Downhill jams, barreling across fields straight towards Mount Fuji, race with those fun, compact, cool Japanese K delivery trucks, and plenty of Japanese street car culture. Curvy mountain roads are like prime for drifting with cool modded cars, especially at night. Also, for the car culture, it's really cool to just have like the big Tokyo city streets. Like, this city really does feel massive here. I do wish there were more cars and traffic and just a little more life to it. Sometimes it feels a bit barren. That's just a thing that happens with these racing games. But still, I just wish there was a little more to it in terms of that feel, that energy, because the actual construction of it is really damn solid. The city itself is impressive. And you are getting the awesome, more scripted Horizon races once again, and they are still insane. You're barreling through docks with moving shipping containers. You're racing against giant Japanese Gundam mechas. It's nuts. Horizon Rush races are fun. But all that variety is strengthened, I think, by just how fun and varied the map is. This is what did it for me with this game, like I said at the top. Like, not only do you have a good day-night cycle again, which night gameplay actually looks good, and seasons, which can be a lot of fun, but this Horizon Japan feels like just a really well-designed, fun zone. It feels like it's always fun and engaging to drive, like, no matter what you're doing. Like, yes, there's the XP billboards and collectibles and distractions and stuff you get with these games typically, but just like the design of the roads, the stretches, the curves, the shortcuts, the constant hidden paths, it just feels like there's always something engaging you if you're exploring or just driving from one race icon to the next. You don't have to look at your map. You can bring it up at any point, and it is filled with icons. It's ridiculous, but you could just drive. This one just does a really good job of hooking you in. I know it sounds silly, like it's hard to explain, but if you get your hands on it, I think you might understand it. So this, in conjunction with the driving just feeling really great this time, I found myself getting a better handle on it compared to 5. From the steering feel to the weight to the controller feedback, I was able to lock in. I'm not like a hardcore racing sim expert by any means, you can see with my gameplay, but I do think there is an improved feel here. Just driving on what looks like a boring countryside road quickly becomes way more fun thanks to maybe a bit of rain, maybe some oncoming traffic, and just the curvature of roads, really just like begging to really be driven on. This helps with road discovery too. The game just constantly is keeping track of every road you've discovered and driven on for the first time, and it is really fun to rack up those roads. Again, because the core driving, the driving feel, and the way these roads engage you just is solid. Plus, photo mode is back. You can trigger it right from the D-pad. You can also access a drone mode, which is basically free look, and you can look around the environments past your car, which I mentioned that's helpful because the game once again has barn finds to find cool cars, as well as a kind of treasure hunt for old cars with photos and hints that I was actually pretty hooked on. Also, you can come across random cars parked on the side of the street and buy them. They seem random, and sometimes you'll get a good surprise that you'll want to pony up some cash for. Now, the barn finds, once again, have some dialogue and voiceover, and the game overall does still try to do that little bit of Horizon dialogue and voiceover stuff. You create your own goofy, ugly little character. You can dress them up in different stuff in your garage with currency, in-game currency. But along with that, you are engaging with two kind of racing friends that walk you through a lot of the stuff, and all of this, from the way the characters look, the cutscenes, their voices, It all just feels really stiff and stilted. I've mentioned this in previous games, so I sound like a broken record, but I just don't really love this stuff. I wish it was better, or just, not in the game at all. But the Horizon presentation is familiar. They don't like overdo it this year. It's not like blinding you with crazy visual effects and bold colors, but the feel is there. And for music, there's English music and Japanese music on the radio stations. They got baby metal, which is pretty cool. One minor complaint, the radio DJs, they just talk way too much, man. I know it's a Horizon thing at this point, and that one guy that pops up in all the Horizon games, he's fine, but there is just so much yapping every time I change a station and put a song on. It cuts to a DJ. I just want to vibe. It sounds like a minor complaint, but it did really grate me after a while, man. And multiplayer wise, because I'm playing pre-launch, I only had so much experience. I can't speak to server performance yet because players aren't beaten on it, so definitely be sure to do your research before you jump in yourself. But I don't use these games for multiplayer a ton personally, but the modes are there. And one thing I did appreciate was the car meets, where you can post up in a parking lot. You can like just straight up park in a parking spot and potentially hang with other random online players and look at their cars. You can rev your engines. You can just show off. And I just think this is a nice touch. And in terms of community, there's still the same type of car customization, which is good, but I want more from these games, and that's still the case here with 6. I might just be greedy. Like, there is customization here, there is tuning here, but I would always love more. The player creations for car liveries are back and are great, but now you can actually also buy locations again and build out entire homesteads on the properties. Where in 5, you could buy a property and it looked cool and you could have your car there. Now you get land and you can completely customize it. You could build tracks, dirt trails, half pipes, and wacky stuff like pinballs for your cars to crash into, but more technical tracks, drag racing strips, add trees, buildings, city streets, garages, you name it. There is a surprising amount here. There is a lot of tools for this, and it seems pretty comprehensive. I just didn't find much incentive for engaging with it, other than like maybe just showing off to other players. Also, the tools are kind of finicky on controller. It's kind of annoying. Look, I don't know how the community is going to take to this, but I do think there is potential just because of the sheer amount of stuff you can build. I'm curious to see how people take to this. Also, what I like, you can then go into your garage on your property, which is also fully customizable. So here you can have like, where you want your car or cars positioned exactly, what kind of lighting, what kind of platforms, toolboxes, decorations. And I did really like this just because it isn't as overwhelming as having acres and acres of land to build on with the outdoor homesteads. Either way, it's just like good stuff. It's just more. It's moment to moment fun in these games, but then it's also down to the little things, like just the sheer amount of cars they have on display here. Once again, covering the gamut from American muscle to trucks, off-road, European style, new, old, and of course, embracing a lot of cool Japanese cars. Some really fun stuff that I know enthusiasts are going to really like seeing, but also I think for like a more average racing game fan, you're going to see some cool stuff you've never seen before, and you might realize Japan does some cool shit with their cars. On the visual front, not too much to say because I think they really have these things on lock. My performance has been solid. The detail on screen is insane. The lighting looks great. The draw distance is pretty damn shocking. And I didn't really have to futz with too many PC settings or anything like that. And it does pre-compile the shaders, which is nice. Now, I say this as a caveat, like I haven't been able to get my hands on the console version personally. We're a small team. We can only get our hands on so much at a time here, but I have seen Xbox Series X footage from a colleague running in performance mode, and it does look like it's running well. But of course, I suggest, as always, to always look at other reviews, not just ours. Really check out and see what's going on out there. But technical stuff aside, I do recommend Forza Horizon 6, straight up. If you like these games, I do think this is a good one. I do think a significant portion of that is just because of the map, the sheer design of it, the look of it, the feel of it. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think that's a negative. I think it just shows how damn good the environment is and how perfectly they've crafted this Japan for like a racing paradise, Annoying voiceovers, presentation, ugly characters, and story stuff aside, I hate to say it, but it's like they just keep doing that with these games. It's always a negative. I wish the homestead and building and creation stuff was a little bit more enticing to me as a single player gamer, but otherwise I've been having a ton of fun with this one, and I'm going to continue playing it as soon as I finish making this video. So I think that's an endorsement itself, and that's a before you buy. You know how this goes by now. I give you some pros, some cons, and some personal opinion, and now I want to hear yours down in the comments. Are you into these games? Are you more into hardcore racing sim games? Do you like Horizon games? Maybe you just got into Forza Horizon 5 when it released on PS5. Let's talk about your experiences. What's your favorite car? Mine's the 1981 DeLorean. It's slow as shit, but it looks cool. And I'm not even talking about the Time Machine version. Any other questions or anything, just hit me up on social media. I tend to be on Instagram and YouTube these days. Instagram at Jake Baldino, YouTube at Jake Baldino. Thank you very much for watching. Clicking the like button helps us out. We really appreciate that. Subscribe if you're new. But thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.
A ver. Ya habrá.
Starting off at the very top, resolution, make sure this matches your display. What's up, I'm Troubleshoot. In this quick video, I'll be showing you how to optimize Forza Horizon 6 for the best performance. And of course, before we get into it, make sure your graphics drivers and windows are up to date, as the latest NVIDIA graphics drivers have increased performance by quite a bit. And of course, not to mention, this video's a little bit late. I've been having troubles with Horizon. I wanted to be thorough with my testing, but I was beaten to it by Hardware Unboxed, who've got a fantastic breakdown with visual changes of each of the options. So, as that detailed breakdown exists, this video is going to be a super quick crash course with optimized settings. Starting off at the very top, open up your game, head across to settings, and we'll start off on the video tab. Starting off at the very top, resolution, make sure this matches your display, and we'll skip down to VSync, which we'll turn off. That allows us to uncap our FPS. Only play with VSync turned on if you're getting screen tearing, but the top and bottom half don't seem to match up. Full screen, I'd recommend using this. There shouldn't be too much of a difference on most systems. Then show FPS, you can turn this on here to see your FPS number in game, and we can get a live preview by pressing a button here. It'll be the number in the far top right, FPS and GPU percentage. Then motion blur, I would recommend leaving this on, but if you don't want it, here's where you turn it off. Then down here we've got anti-aliasing, including TAA, DLAA, as well as the other native resolution AAs from AMD and Intel, though for most people you won't be using these here at all. Instead you'll be using resolution scaling, which is upscaling, leading via DLSS, AMD FSR, XAS.
Up.
Current value. Up.
Current value.
Current value. Current value. Current value.
shit? Didn't have to restart? What?
Or CAS. For most NVIDIA users, I'd recommend using DLSS set to quality for a good performance boost, otherwise FSR 3.1.5 is a pretty good choice, also on quality here. Whenever you turn these options on, it disables the DLAA/AA above as it accomplishes the same thing, giving you even better performance. The only thing under anti-aliasing that doesn't make a ton of sense is NVIDIA Reflex low latency. If you've got an NVIDIA GPU, make sure to turn this on. Otherwise, on please boost if you've got a really underpowered CPU. Finally, we've got FOV, which while it does technically affect your FPS, play with whatever you're most comfortable with. Then we can save this, back out, and head to graphics performance, where in here we can squeeze some extra performance out of our system. While there is a built-in benchmark mode, running a benchmark for each of the different settings is going to take quite some time, and of course, hardware and blocks already have a T-cell breakdown of absolutely everything, but if you're looking for some extra performance, basically find the preset that works best for you. For me, it defaulted to extreme, and that's actually fine. I'm getting around 60 FPS without having to use upscaling, and we can actually squeeze a little bit more out of it just by lowering a few important options. At the very top level of detail, all three of these options really depend on how much VRAM your system has. As you can see in the bottom right, video memory is updating live and very quickly, and if we change these options here, save, you'll see immediately that some VRAM is freed up. For the most part, you can crank this as high as you want as long as you're not fully saturating your video memory. If your video memory is nearing full, you will see some FPS drops and performance issues. Other than that, these have no FPS impact. So if you're playing on an 8GB graphics card, I recommend leaving all of these options and your level of detail on high at most. Otherwise, if you've got more VRAM available, Ultra should be fine, if not extreme. The lower each of these options are, the more blurry different textures will be. Car LOD lowers other players' cars first and then yours. In terms of quality, environment texture quality as you crank this down makes the environment more and more blurry, and the environment geometry quality adds more foliage, grass and things like that, and you can only move it above high when environment texture quality is above it as well. As we're adding more grass and things like that, this will technically affect performance, and you'll see most of the FPS drops below high, so high is as high as I would go here. Then reflections, this is where you can gain a massive amount of performance, especially if you got a newer 40 or 50 series Nvidia card, etc., where ray tracing is turned on, possibly by default. Ray tracing costs a huge amount performance-wise, and compared to higher quality screen space reflections, most of the time you won't be able to tell a difference on the lower options. Car reflection quality has basically no impact on performance, and the lower this goes, the fewer things you'll see reflected on your actual car, and as this is the thing you'll be looking at throughout most of the game, having this higher is usually more important, and you can probably set this to high if not higher, but the lower you go, the more blurry reflections on your car will be. Screen space reflections I would recommend using above ray tracing for a huge performance boost, and for the most part setting this too high is good enough. Anything above this doesn't really add anything extra, but it can cost a little bit of performance. Ray traced reflections I definitely recommend not having this on unless you've got a ton of FPS to spare. Then down to shadows, shadow quality.
Recibirlo. ¿Cuánto está el procesador? Oh. ¿Y si le muevo aquí qué? Ruidero. Usted guapo. It was all over the place, huh? A ver. No sé por qué no se está usando. I guess a lot of power? Yeah. It's throttling.
I'd leave on high. Anything above this will cost you extra performance without actually adding too much. Night shadows only affects your gameplay, obviously at nighttime, and this one's a bit weird in that extreme adds a ton of shadows from the moon and everything else, but anything below extreme removes a lot of those shadows, making it feel a lot less immersive. So for the most part, leave this on ultra, as off has basically no shadows at nighttime, but if you've got an extra 5% performance to spare, cranking it up to extreme will make things look a lot better. Then down to lighting and materials. Screen space GI is going to be a lot more performant than ray trace GI, obviously, and I'd recommend leaving this on high to get most of the benefits of extra light sources, bouncing it nicely off of walls, the ground, etc. without costing too much performance. Raising this too high. RTGI you can enable, again, if you've got a really high-powered GPU, but for the most part, leaving this off will gain you a couple of FPS. Shader quality, leave this on either extreme or high. Anything below high will remove trees in the distance, making hills and the landscape feel a lot more empty. There's basically no difference between high and extreme, so leave this as high as you want for the most part. Audio quality, this has no effect on FPS most of the time, as it's a CPU effect. If you've got a really low powered CPU like you're playing on a handheld, you can consider lowering this, otherwise just leave it on ultra. Then miscellaneous settings, deformable terrain quality, leave this on ultra. There's not a huge difference between any of the settings for this here in terms of both looks and performance. Particle effect quality, leave this on ultra. Lowering this lowers the number of particles when there's impacts, scrapes, things like that, and especially at the start of races where there's that confetti and smoke that shot up. If you lower this option, it removes a couple of those effects and really has basically no impact on performance for the most part throughout general gameplay, so leaving this up is fine. Volumetric fog, leaving this on high will give you the best performance to looks. There's very little difference looks-wise between these at anything above this, so this is where you should stay. Then lens effects, this mainly has to do with rain landing on the camera in third person, and for the most part, turning this off will remove that. If that's something you like, you can set this to off, otherwise leave it all the way up on ultra. There's not really a performance difference here. And finally, motion blur quality. If you've got motion blur enabled, leaving this on high should be fine. In order to actually turn this off, as low is as low as you can go, you'll need to back out of this after you save into the video, and again over here you'll find motion blur off, short and long. And with that, you should have optimized your settings to be a little bit better than your basic preset. We essentially just lowered a few options. If you're playing on anything above high, for the most part, you should see a pretty good solid performance improvement compared to your preset. If you have to use a lower preset than that, then you'll mainly just be raising the level of detail options for a good visual boost and quality with basically no performance cost, as long as you've got enough VRAM to save. But yeah, with that, we've run through all of the settings in Forza Horizon 6, where you should hopefully get a much better experience if you're looking to gain some more FPS. Something weird that I've noticed is that if I'm using a third-party FPS overlay, like RiverTuner, things get a bit funky. Sometimes they're not able to load into games properly, it crashes, etc. So if you need an FPS overlay, it's probably going to have to be the one built in here, but that's a story for a different time. Just a quick note on a few issues. If you notice the trees are looking really shimmery and weird, you likely have ray traced GI turned on. Either raise the quality of it, otherwise switch back to using screen space GI, which should give you better performance, but you won't have the same weird shimmery tree issue. And if after following this optimization guide, things look a bit weird, low quality, blurry, etc., head back to your settings, video, and under resolution scaling, make sure you haven't got one of these options cranked too far. The further to the performance side you go, the more FPS you'll get in most cases, but it comes with a big trade-off of how the game looks. For example, here's FSR performance, XeSS performance, and DLSS performance. Out of all of them, DLSS is by far the best, and if you have to use any kind of upscaling, as long as you've got an NVIDIA graphics card, I'd recommend you use that. If you'd like to make things look a lot better, I'd recommend not using resolution scaling if you have the performance to spare, and instead using some kind of anti-aliasing like the NVIDIA default of DLAA. If you choose not to use any anti-aliasing, you'll see that things look weirdly sharp. But if we enable TAA, things look a bit better, and I'm sitting at a solid 92-ish FPS. If we instead use something like NVIDIA DLAA, the quality is improved drastically, but you can see I dropped all the way down to 81 FPS, which is a huge hit. While DAA makes the game look a lot better, it is super expensive, and if you have to use some kind of anti-aliasing, but you still care about performance, you'll probably have to sadly use TAA, as FSR, for example, leaves me at 82 FPS, XESS about 79, back to DLAA 82, and finally TAA we've jumped up to 90 FPS, which is a pretty big improvement. That's what I'd be using if that extra 10 to 15% performance means the difference between 50 and 60. Otherwise, if you're comfortably getting above 60 FPS all the time, enabling DLAA/AMD or Intel is probably going to be the best visual experience where everything looks super sharp. But yeah, with that, we've hopefully drastically increased your FPS without changing how the game looks for the most part, especially if you find a preset that you really like. This game is pretty well optimized, so as long as you've got a mid to high range, relatively recent graphics card, you'll probably be able to play this game quite well at 1080p, if not 2K like I'm doing here, on my 3080 Ti all the way up on the basically extreme preset that we've tuned a little bit. Anyways, that's really it. Hopefully you found this video on 1.5 is a pretty good choice. Also on quality here, whenever you turn these options on, it disables the DLAA/AA above as it accomplishes the same thing, giving you even better performance. The only thing under anti-aliasing that doesn't make a ton of sense is NVIDIA reflex low latency. If you've got an NVIDIA GPU, make sure to turn this on, otherwise on plus boost if you've got a really underpowered CPU. Finally, we've got FOV, which while it does technically affect your FPS, play with whatever you're most comfortable with. Then we can save this, back out, and head to graphics performance, where here we can squeeze some extra performance out of our system. While it is a built-in benchmark mode, running a benchmark for each of the different settings is going to take quite some time, and of course, Hardware and Box already have a detailed breakdown of absolutely everything. But if you're looking for some extra performance, basically find the preset that works best for you. For me, it defaulted to extreme, and that's actually fine. I'm getting around 60 FPS without having to use upscaling, and we've actually squeezed a little bit more out of it just by lowering a few important options. At the very top level of detail, all three of these options really depend on how much VRAM your system has. As you can see in the bottom right, video memory is updating live and very quickly, and if we change these options here, save, you'll see immediately that some VRAM is freed up. For the most part, you can crank this as high as you want as long as you're not fully saturating your video memory. If your video memory is nearing full, you will see some FPS drops and performance issues. Other than that, these have no FPS impact. So if you're playing on an 8GB graphics card, I recommend leaving all these options under level of detail on high at most. Otherwise, if you've got more VRAM available, ultra should be fine, if not extreme. The lower each of these options are, the more blurry different textures will be. Car LED lowers other players' cars first, and then yours. In terms of quality, environment, texture quality, as you crank set, when here we can set to quality. Skip down to VSync, which will turn off. That allows us to uncap our FPS.
Aqui, né? Users, show FPS, visual. On. Okay. A ver ahí. A ver. Saca el botón. Steering, la chica.
Hey, I know you won't hear this until you land. But you are going to love it here. I have so much to show you. There's just not enough hours in the day. And guess what? Jordan will be here anyway. I've been busy getting everything ready. We've got the sofa to couch on for a while. I got the garage all set. Oh, he's here. Gotta go.
Everything May said is true. You would not believe this place. I'll see you very soon. Gotta go.
There's There's a huge event this weekend. Legends from all over making their way to the festival. It's gonna be on another level. I hope you're here in time. Let me know when you get this.
Wait a minute. No. Go. No. Okay. Hey. Alright, creo que ya le voy a subir a la música. Y vamos a bajarle de acá porque con razón. O sea, pero what the ¿huh? Does it have to be 900? How the heck do we do that? Previous category. How about we do this? A ver, si no lo hace de pedo. Nope. Pero a ver. Pero, ¿qué? ¿Qué? ¿De qué? Game Launcher. Ay. Forza no se puede escoger de aquí. Ah. Oh, no está, de hecho. Mm. $15 ago. Oh, a ver, mira.
So I've got some pretty good Moser force feedback settings for Forza Horizon 6. Now you might be wondering, hang on a second, people are saying that Moser doesn't even work on Forza Horizon 6. Maybe you think I'm driving with no force feedback, but I can assure you the force feedback is working on my Moser. So what we have here is an R25 paired with the Lamborghini Revuelto wheel, which is quite a large diameter wheel, and it's a very powerful wheelbase. So bear that in mind when I run you through these settings. Now, in this video, I'm going to explain to you why I've done the settings as I have. We tested this a lot on stream. We tested basically all the settings. We went from extremes, and we got like a little sweet spot in the middle. And this is all about the sweet spot, to be honest. And I'm also going to show you how you actually get Moser force feedback working on Forza Horizon 6 if you don't have it working at the moment. So hopefully, if you're interested in Moser, I've got you covered. And as always, if you want to get Moser gear, please use my affiliate links to all the products. They'll be in my description. All my creator code is Kirith. Now, the sweet spot I'm talking about is to do with not having either end of the following. You don't want your wheel rotation to be too high. You don't want it to be, I think, generally 1080 unless you're on quite a small wheel. And I've used 1080, for example, on the Thrustmaster Gran Turismo wheel, but on something like the Lamborghini, I just think 1080 is too much rotation. You're not going to be able to catch oversteer moments, and it's going to be too frustrating. Also, going around hairpins and stuff, you're just going to feel like you're understeering. By the way, these are the settings I'm showing you now. So you can see my simulation steering setting, but also in advanced controls, this is what's done here. So make sure you screenshot this and definitely try these out. I'll explain, by the way. The dead zone is so you can actually map everything without your pedals trying to override it. We've gone for basically no center spring in this. We've gone for basically no damper. Mechanical trails a little bit higher than normal 0.5. That was a real icing on the cake. Minimum force 1.3, load 1.3, and then really importantly, steering sensitivity 0.5. Now, there is a difference between the Xbox and PC. Xbox, you can change the steering rotation in Forza Horizon 6. You can't do that on PC, which is kind of insane. So this is what I have in Moser Pit House. You can see 30% on the R25, 800 degrees. Now, that's the sweet spot we found. And it might even be you want to go down to 750, but it seems to be between 720 and 900 was the sweet spot. Now, if you're outside of the sweet spot and it's too sensitive, you're going to end up kind of maybe driving like this, where the car is always feeling like it wants to step out, it's always oversteering, and you're counter-steering that oversteer with like more oversteer, and you're never really getting good traction. And it's quite a stop-start way of driving. It can feel like oversensitive, and this can happen especially if you're running like 540 degrees or even low in the steering wheel. Unless you've got a great wheel. My Fanatec settings, I actually run at 540, so make sure you keep an eye out for those fantasies. I even literally, I think I died here. Like, it changed the camera and was like, you're done, mate. However, if you go a little bit too far the other way, so this might be 1080 degree rotation with relatively low sensitivity, it can feel like your wheel is slightly delayed or dampened, and when you want to avoid traffic, it's difficult to do it, and you end up wagging your wheel and not a lot happens, which doesn't give you confidence. Now, this is the Lamborghini Revuelto actual car, so this is the car where my wheel is from, which is kind of insane. So like, this footage is madness. But it also has a useful functionality for us, because you can literally see here my wheel one-to-one in real life and in the game, including on the rotation, and that means I'm running at 1080, and that means I'm not nimble enough. I'm not nimble enough. Even if you put the sensitivity up, I just think there's too much rotation required on the wheel. Now, you can change this with linearity. We did change the steering linearity. We brought it down actually, but I just didn't feel comfortable giving you settings with non-linear steering linearity. I think that could cause more problems. But I found this very very, very, very understeery. So again, 1080 doesn't work for me. If you have a smaller diameter wheel, maybe like the nose at ESX, so you might want to tweak that if you're on the ESX. You can kind of get away with it. But my feeling in Forza Horizon 6 is you don't want to have too wide a degree on the wheel because you just understeer. But you also don't want to have too short because you're constantly going to be oversteering, especially in the powerful cars. So now you can kind of understand my sweet spot. And for a diameter wheel like this, what we did is we brought down 720, brought down to 900, and we kind of got in the middle. Now if you have a look here, have a look how the wheel is manipulating the car. This is much more balanced. So you can see as I turn in, the car's turning in quite nicely. If I need to unwind, it's quite a natural unwinding. This looks like quite a natural way of driving, and that means I'm in tune with the car. So a lot of these force feedback settings are to do with that sensitivity and also the rotation, because we also lower the sensitivity. Because sometimes just having like the right rotation, slightly larger rotation and lower sensitivity can also just make it a bit less twitchy, for lack of a better word. Getting Forza Horizon 6 is designed really for people in gamepad, and they're going to be on lock to lock all the time. But you just can't do that in the I've seen that in Gran Turismo. Like you can't, they'll go around hairpins and have some kind of controller assist on, whereas I have to drive hairpins in different ways because it physically takes me longer to get to lock. But these settings here, you can see, working really nicely for me, very different to what I've got on my Fanatec with a Formula wheel. And I think I will call them Formula settings. But this for like a larger diameter road wheel. I mean, this Lamborghini wheel is very nice. It could be the best Forza Horizon 6 wheel you can get potentially. It's got so many buttons, it feels like a road car wheel. But you can really mess it up as well if you don't have the right sensitivity settings. When you get it right, you can actually drive and you can get into it. The other big change I made, and this is very specific because I'm on the Moser and Booster active pedals, is that I changed the resistance on the pedals and made it Now, the sweet spot I'm talking about is to do with not having either end of the following. You don't want your wheel rotation to be too high. You don't want it to be, I think, generally 1080 unless you're on quite a small wheel. And I've used 1080, for example, on the Thrustmaster Gran Turismo wheel, but on something like the Lamborghini, I just think 1080 is too much rotation. You're not going to be able to catch oversteer moments, and it's going to be too frustrating. Also, going around hairpins and stuff, you're just going to feel like you're understeering. By the way, these are the settings I'm showing you now. So you can see my simulation steering setting, but also in advanced controls, this is what's done here. So make sure you screenshot this and definitely try these out. I'll explain, by the way, the dead zone is so you can actually map everything without your pedals trying to override it. We've gone for basically no center spring in this. We've gone for basically no damper. Mechanical trails a little bit higher than normal 0.5. That was a real icing on the cake. Minimum force 1.3, low 1.3, and then really importantly, steering sensitivity 0.5. Now there is a difference between the Xbox and PC. Xbox, you can change the steering rotation in Forza Horizon 6. You can't do that on PC, which is kind of insane. So this is what I have in Moser Pit House. You can see 30% on the R25, 800 degrees. Now that's the sweet spot we found, and it might even be you want to go down to 750, but it seems to be between 720 and 900 was the sweet spot. Now, if you're outside of the sweet spot and it's too sensitive, you're going to end up kind of maybe driving like this, where the car is always feeling like it wants to step out, it's always oversteering, and you're counter-steering that oversteer with like more oversteer, and you're never really getting good traction. And it's quite a stop-start way of driving. It can feel like oversensitive, and this can happen especially if you're running like 540 degrees or even low in the steering wheel. Unless you've got a great wheel. My Fanatec settings, I actually run at 540, so make sure you keep an eye for those Fanatec settings. I think I died here. Like, it changed the camera and was like, you're done, mate. However, if you go a little bit too far the other way, so this might be 1080 degree rotation with relatively low sensitivity, it can feel like your wheel is slightly delayed or dampened, and when you want to avoid traffic, it's difficult to do it, and you end up wagging your wheel and not a lot happens, which doesn't give you confidence. Now, this is the Lamborghini Revuelto actual car, so this is the car where my wheel is from, which is kind of insane. So like, this footage is madness. It also has a useful functionality for us because you can literally see here my wheel one-to-one in real life and in the game, including on the rotation. And that means I'm running at 1080, and that means I'm not nimble enough. I'm not nimble enough. Even if you put the sensitivity up, I just think there's too much rotation required on the wheel. Now, you can change this with linearity. We did change the steering linearity. We brought it down actually, but I just didn't feel comfortable giving you settings with non-linear steering linearity. I think that could cause more problems. But I found this very, very, very understeery. So again, 1080 doesn't work for me. If you have a smaller diameter wheel, maybe like the nose at ESX, so you might want to tweak that if you're on the ESX. You can kind of get away with it. But my feeling in Forza Horizon 6 is you don't want to have too wide a degree on the wheel because you just understeer. But you also don't want to have too short because you're constantly going to be oversteering, especially in the powerful cars. So now you can kind of understand my sweet spot. And for a diameter wheel like this, what we did is we brought down 720, brought down to 900, and we kind of got in the middle. Now if you have a look here, have a look how the wheel is manipulating the car. This is much more balanced. So you can see as I turn in, the car's turning in quite nicely. If I need to unwind, it's quite a natural unwinding. This looks like quite a natural way of driving, and that means I'm in tune with the car. So a lot of these force feedback settings are to do with that sensitivity and also the rotation, because we also lower the sensitivity. Because sometimes just having like the right rotation, a slightly larger rotation on a lower sensitivity can also just make it a bit less twitchy, for lack of a better word. You have to remember Forza Horizon 6 is designed really for people in a gamepad, and they're going to be on lock to lock all the time. But you just can't do that on the wheel. I've seen that in Gran Turismo. Like you can't, they'll go around hairpins and have some kind of controller assist on, whereas I have to drive hairpins in different ways because it physically takes me longer to get to lock. But these settings here, you can see, working really nicely for me, very different to what I've got on my Fanatec with a Formula wheel. And I think I will call them Formula settings. But this for like a large diameter road wheel. I mean, this Lamborghini wheel is very nice. It could be the best Forza Horizon 6 wheel you can get potentially. It's got so many buttons, it feels like a road car wheel. But you can really mess it up as well if you don't have the right sensitivity settings. So when you get it right, you can actually drive and you can get into it. The other big change I made, and this is very specific because I'm on the Moser and Booster active pedals, is that I changed the resistance on the pedals and made it much easier to get to 100%. Initially, I had my own booster on like my GT3 settings, and where it's kind of, you have to strain to get to 100%, and you're more comfortable 80%. Forza Horizon 6 doesn't work that way. You've got to be comfortable getting to 100%. Now, I promised I'd tell you how to even get force feedback working if it's not working for you. So leave a cherries emoji in the comments if that's you. You're like hoping to get Forza working on your Moser base. Here's what you need to do. Absolutely critical. You need to update your Moser Pit House software to the latest one. As of the time making this video, I think it's 1.3.9, and I don't even think it automatically does it for you. I think it's like a one you have to select. So go to the firmware section of Pit House. You should see that number there and then install it. So you've got to do that. Also, you have to make sure that your Moser device is device number 1 in Moser Pit House. So if it's showing up as device number 2, I don't think you're going to get force feedback working. And I don't know any elegant way of doing this other than disconnecting other stuff from your PC. By the way, you can see here, like, you can have some quite fun driving on your Moser with the force feedback. Like, force feedback does work. If anyone says force feedback just doesn't work, or if any YouTubers can't get it working, direct them to this video. You can get it working. Device 1, latest firmware. Just keep being persistent. Once you've got your settings hooked up, you seem to be able to get back into those settings. If that makes sense. Remember, I've got Logitech, Fanatec, Thrustmaster, all connected to my PC at various times. I'm able to get back to these Moser settings and tweak them. The other thing is to bear in mind your Moser pit house wheel rotation is so important. I genuinely think that if on this wheel, which is quite a large wheel, like I said, if I kept it at 1080 degrees in pit house, I don't think I could save it in the Forza Horizon 6 settings. I really mean that. I think it'd be a very frustrating experience. It's incredible, really, like how much tuning you need to do in Forza Horizon 6 on your wheel. Like, I don't think any of the wheels out of the box are anywhere near as good as you can tune them. But hopefully that's helped you. Make sure to subscribe to my channel if it has. Use my affiliate links if you're buying Moser. I'm glad it's working, and I'll see you in the next video.
Confirm the force feedback.
Whether you're a big rally racing nerd with a sim setup in your living room or not, eSports WRC is a bundle of fun.
Right. What the hell? No. Bueno. Device 1. Controller. Accelerate. Custom wheel. Unknown. Unbound. Custom wheel profile 1. What the fuck? Wait. What? Device 2. Okay, let's. VJoy. Can I disable them? Device manager. Game. Interfaces. Huh. V-Joy. Debe estar por aquí, V-Joy. I know. Disable? Can I disable him? Yes. Okay.
Fine.
All about the sweet spot, to be honest. And I'm also going to show you how you actually get Moser force feedback working on. I'm driving with no force feedback, but I can assure you the force feedback is working on my Moser. So what we have here is an R25 paired with the Lamborghini Revuelto wheel, which is quite a large diameter wheel, and it's a very powerful wheelbase. So bear that in mind when I run you through the settings. Now, in this video, I'm going to explain to you why I've done the settings as I have. We tested this a lot on stream. We tested basically all the settings. We went through extremes, and we got like a little sweet spot in the middle. And this is all about the sweet spot, to be honest. And I'm also going to show you how you actually get Moser force feedback working on Forza Horizon 6 if you don't have it working at the moment. So hopefully, if you're interested in Moser, I've got you covered. And always, if you want to get Moser gear, please use my affiliate links to all the products. I'll be in my description with the correct code. Now, the sweet spot I'm talking about is to do with not having either end of the following. You don't want your wheel rotation to be too high. You don't want it to be, I think, generally 1080 unless you're on quite a small wheel. And I've used 1080 for example on the Thrustmaster Gran Turismo wheel, but on something like the Lamborghini, I just think 1080 is too much rotation. You're not going to be able to catch oversteer moments, and it's going to be too frustrating. Also, going around hairpins and stuff, you're just going to feel like you're understeering. By the way, these are the settings I'm showing you now. So you can see my simulation steering setting, but also in advanced controls, this is what I've done here. So make sure you screenshot this and definitely try these out. I'll explain, by the way. The dead zone is so you can actually map everything without your pedals trying to override it. We've gone for basically no center spring in this. We've gone for basically no damper. Mechanical trails a little bit higher than normal 0.5. That was a real icing on the cake. Minimum 4.3, low 1.3, and then really importantly, steering sensitivity 0.5. Now there is a difference between the Xbox and PC. Xbox, you can change the steering rotation in Forza Horizon 6. You can't do that on PC, which is kind of insane. So this is what I have in Moser Pit House. You can see 30% on the R25, 800 degrees. Well, that's the sweet spot we found. And it might even be you want to go down to 750, but it seems to be between 720 and 900 was the sweet spot. Now, if you're outside of the sweet spot and it's too sensitive, you're going to end up kind of maybe driving like this, where the car is always feeling like it wants to step out, it's always oversteering, and you're counter-steering that oversteer with like more oversteer, and you're never really getting good traction. And it's quite a stop-start way of driving. It can feel like oversensitive, and this can happen especially if you're running like 540 degrees or even low in the steering wheel. Unless you've got a great wheel. My Fanatec settings, I actually run at 540, so make sure you keep an eye out for those settings. I even literally, I think I died here. Like, it changed the camera and was like, you're done, mate. However, if you go a little bit too far the other way, so this might be 1080 degree rotation with relatively low sensitivity, it can feel like your wheel is slightly delayed or dampened, and when you want to avoid traffic, it's difficult to do it, and you end up wagging your wheel, and not a lot happens, which doesn't give you confidence. Now, this is the Lamborghini Revuelto actual car, so this is the car where my wheel is from, which is kind of insane, so like this footage is madness. But it also has a useful functionality for us, because you can literally see here my wheel one-to-one in real life and in the game, including on the rotation, and that means I'm running at 1080, and that means I'm not nimble enough. I'm not nimble enough. Even if you put the sensitivity up, I just think there's too much rotation required on the wheel. Now, you can change this with linearity. We did change the steering linearity. We brought it down actually, but I just didn't feel comfortable giving you settings with non-linear steering linearity. I think that could cause more problems. But I found this very, very, very understeery. So again, 1080 doesn't work for me. If you have a smaller diameter wheel, maybe like the Moser ESX, you might want to tweak that if you're on the ESX. You can kind of get away with it. But my feeling in Forza Horizon 6 is you don't want to have too much, too wide a degree in the wheel because you just understeer. But you also don't want to have too short because you're constantly going to be oversteering, especially in the powerful cars. So now you can kind of understand my sweet spot. And for a diameter wheel like this, what we did is we brought down 720, brought down to 900, and we kind of got in the middle. Now, if you have a look here, have a look how the wheel is manipulating the car. This is much more balanced. So you can see as I turn in, the car's turning in quite nicely. If I need to unwind, it's quite a natural unwinding. This looks like quite a natural way of driving, and that means I'm in tune with the car. So a lot of these force feedback settings are to do with that sensitivity and also the rotation, because we also lower the sensitivity. Because sometimes just having like the right rotate, a slightly larger rotation on a lower sensitivity can also just make it a bit less twitchy, for lack of a better word. You have to remember Forza Horizon 6 is designed really for people in the gamepad, and they're going to be on lock to lock all the time. But you just can't do that on the wheel. I've seen that in Gran Turismo. Like you can't, they'll go around hairpins and have some kind of controller assist on, whereas I have to drive hairpins in different ways because it physically takes me longer to get to lock. But these settings here, you can see, working really nicely for me. Very different to what I've got on my Fanatec with a Formula wheel, and I think I will call them Formula settings. But this for like a large diameter road wheel. I mean, this Lamborghini wheel is very nice. It could be the best Forza Horizon 6 wheel you can get potentially. It's got so many buttons, it feels like a road car wheel, but you can really mess it up as well if you don't have the right sensitivity settings. When you get it right, you can actually drive and you can get into it. The other big change I made, and this is very specific because I'm on the Moser and Booster active pedals, is that I changed the resistance on the pedals and made it much easier to get to 100%. Initially, I had my booster on like my GT3 settings, and where it's kind of, you have to strain to get to 100%, but you're more comfortable 80%. Forza Horizon 6 doesn't work that way. You've got to be comfortable getting to 100%. Now, I promised I'd tell you how to even get force feedback working if it's not working for you. So leave a cherries emoji in the comments if that's you. You're like hoping to get Forza working on your Moser base. Here's what you need to do. Absolutely critical. You need to update your Moser Pit House software to the latest one. As of the time making this video, I think it's 1.3.9, and I don't even think it automatically does it for you. I think it's like a one you have to select. So go to the firmware section of Pit House. You should see that number there and then install it. So you've got to do that. Also, you have to make sure that your Moser device is device number 1 in.
Hey, I know you won't hear this until you land, but you are going to love it here.
Really?
I have so much to show you. There's just not enough hours in the day. And guess what? Jordan will be here anyway. I've been busy getting everything ready. We've got the sofa to catch up for a while. I got the garage all set. Oh, he's here. Gotta go.
Creo que ahora sí.
What up, people? It's Scotty Tyler on Base Arena, and it is the start of a brand new day here at Horizon Japan. So if you're listening in...
Wait. Audio. Music. 76. Alright. R90. Oh, it's tasty.
car or you're kicking back on the bullet train, well, it...
Yeah, 800. Agree.
Enjoy your day.
race sent to the next tier of competition.
Damn. Mm-hmm. Sensitivity. Luego que dice scales, how much do we also have?
Forza Horizon 6 is out now, and I've put together a beginner's guide to help you start your journey in Japan. A like rating is greatly appreciated as it helps get this video seen by others, and if you have some tips of your own, drop them in the comments below. Let's start off with the main progression-based campaign, being the Horizon Festival. That's right, after years of asking for it, progression is back and feels very similar to Forza Horizon 1 and 2. After completing the intro, qualifier events, and earning your yellow wristband, you'll be welcomed into the Horizon Festival. Now, there are loyalty cards given to you straight away, but you won't be able to use them in the campaign until much later on. There are a total of 7 wristbands to earn, from yellow all the way through to Horizon Legend at gold, with each one taking slightly longer to unlock, which I think is really good. There are multiple ways to progress to your next wristband, with the main one by completing race events, which also award the most points. All of these events are restricted to performance index, vehicle type, or sometimes both, and these will gradually increase as you progress through the wristbands. The lower level ones are B to A class vehicles, S1 around the midway point.
In this video, I'm going to show you the wheel settings that I use in Forza Horizon 6. I'll start by showing you my settings, and once I explain what every wheel setting means and does, we'll both take the car for a drive, and you'll see just how much better these settings feel. Now, why should you listen to me? I drift cars all the time in real life, and have done plenty of track days with my personal cars, and have lots of experience both on and off-road with how a wheel should feel, which is very in line with Forza Horizon 6. With these wheel settings, you're going to be able to drift the car better, drive smoother, and the wheel's not going to throw you all over the place, which is exactly what we want for helping the wheel guide you through the course. Before we actually get into our wheel settings, we need to head over into difficulty, because in difficulty, we're going to change a few settings that are super important. I have mine tuned to these difficulty settings, so you need to make sure that at least for when you first try out my settings, you have these difficulty settings in place, because this is what I tuned my wheel setting for, so it needs to balance and match. For braking, I like to have anti-lock on. For me, it makes it easier, and it's really the only assist that I have. For steering, I have it set to simulation. If you set it to normal steering, it's going to feel more plush and numb. In normal, the game will essentially use a gyro where it will counter steer for you, so if you want it to be a little bit easier, you could try normal steering. Personally, I notice with normal steering you get less feedback, so that's why I'm going with simulation. This is the closest to what a real car will feel like. What I'm going for here is a realistic driving experience. For traction and stability control, I have both of those turned off because I don't want those interfering with drifting. Absolutely nobody wants that. For shifting, I'm running manual with clutch, but this is all personal preference. You can run manual, auto, whatever you feel most comfortable with. The transmission you choose has nothing to do with steering feel. That's all there is in difficulty settings. The rest of the settings in here you can adjust as you like, as they don't have any effect on the actual steering. Now let's head over into our steering controls. If you look right under controls in the menu, you'll see advanced controls. Go here. You'll see all your advanced controls for the steering wheel. Now if you go into here and you don't see the same settings as me, make sure you're entering this menu from the steering wheel. If you try and go in using your controller, it's not going to have the same settings available. The game will automatically have these settings there depending on if you go in with the controller or the steering wheel. First thing we will change is turn vibration off. I personally don't like how this feels. It really only makes the steering wheel feel cheap. It's just kind of like shaking the wheel and it doesn't feel natural at all. I have it set off, but if you try it out and like it, feel free to use it. Invert vertical look, I have that off. For steering axis dead zone inside outside, I have those set from 0 to 100 because a real car is going to be from 0 to 100. This is going to give us 900 degrees for the full simulation steering that we want. A real car isn't going to have end zones. Steering linearity, I have that set to 50 because a real car is going to be 50. Now for acceleration axis dead zone inside outside, also set 0 to 100. That works for the brake as well as the clutch. Because a real pedal goes 0 to 100. We want full control because the more distance you have to work with on the pedal, the more precise you can be and thus giving you more control. It's just more fine tuning. For e-brake, the same applies, but I don't have a physical e-brake, so mine is set to just a button on the wheel. If you have an actual e-brake, you can play around with that and see what you like most. For vibration scale, I have it set to 0.5, but since I have vibration off, it really doesn't matter. This setting could be anything and it won't make a difference. Now here are the important settings. This is what's going to really distinguish how the wheel feels. First up, force feedback scale, I have that set to 1.3. At 1.3, it's enough that I feel enough force feedback in the wheel, but it's not so much that it'll wobble the wheel. If you're driving at, let's say, 60 miles per hour on the highway and you let go of the wheel and it starts wobbling back and forth, that means your force feedback is set way too high. So I think at 1.3, it's enough that it doesn't wobble back and forth, but you do still feel force feedback in the wheel. For center spring scale, basically what this does is, let's say you're drifting and your wheel's rotating. This is the actual spring rate or the power you feel that is centering the wheel. Because with a real car, if you drift a real car, you'll know exactly what I mean. What happens is the wheel will self-correct. The car will automatically want to center itself out. So you want that to happen in the game as well. So having it set to 1.1, it's going to mimic what a real car would do if you were to drift it. For wheel damper, I have it set to 1.9. This allows you to have a nice tight feeling steering wheel. This one is all personal preference. If you feel like the wheel is too lightweight, turn this up to 2.0. But if you feel as if the steering wheel is a little bit too heavy, you can knock this down a couple notches. It's all personal preference. This is where I would recommend doing the most adjusting if the wheel feels too tight or too loose after these settings. Go plus or minus 1 or 2 and see what works for you. I'm sure these settings aren't going to work for everyone. I don't see everyone being able to apply these settings and right off the bat they're going to say, oh, these are perfect. I think it's going to work for most people, but for those who really want that fine tuning, I say start here because this is going to be the best thing to mess around with depending on what you want. For mechanical trail scale, I have this set to 0.7. Now this one sets your aligning torque. Having the setting at a larger value, you're going to feel less of the understeer, but having it at a smaller value, you're going to feel more of the understeer. I noticed going from Horizon 5 to 6, cars rotate easier and understeer feel isn't as prominent, so that's why I chose to go 0.7. Force feedback minimum force, I have that set to 0.6. The reason this one is so low is because when you drive normally, you want your steering wheel to be smooth and not feeling a lot of feedback in the wheel. By having the minimum so low, it gives you more range of motion with your force feedback scale. When you drive easy, it feels easy. When you drive fast, you'll feel more in the wheel. It all corresponds super well. If let's say we had force feedback and minimum force feedback set to 1.0, it would always feel the same. But having the minimum at 0.6 and maximum at 1.3, we get more feedback range. If we drive normal, we don't feel as much. If we drive more aggressively, we feel more. For force feedback load sensitivity, I have that set to 1.5. I noticed in Horizon 6, the feedback in the wheel could sometimes feel delayed when countersteering. I noticed this problem and wanted to fix it. I found that adjusting this to 1.5 made the wheel feel very responsive and accurate. Lower values felt lazier to me and weren't what I was going for, which is that realistic feel. Road feel scale is set at 0.5 and off-road feel scale is at 0.1. Now these settings for me will be on the light side because in real life, if you took a car off-roading at 100 miles per hour, you would feel a lot in the steering wheel. This is an arcade game, it's Forza Horizon, we're driving off-road in supercars like Lamborghinis, so it doesn't need to be fully realistic all the time. This is the one part of my settings that isn't fully realistic because if you took a Lambo off-road at 100 miles per hour, it would just get destroyed anyways. When I'm playing in the game, I just want to be able to drive off-road and not shake my entire house because the wheel is shaking so much. It just feels smoother this way. Comment down below what you think of these wheel settings. I understand everyone is different and has their own personal preference, but these settings are what work for me and what I found to enjoy the most when driving. These settings also match most closely to what I want in a realistic feeling wheel, minus the off-road feels. Try it out and let me know what you think in the comment section down below. If you did enjoy this video and want to see more helpful guides just like it, definitely check out my channel, hit like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one.
Back with some more Forza Horizon 6. Today we're going to teach you guys how to use your Moza wheel on Forza Horizon 6. I know when the game comes out, a lot of you guys are going to have a Moza wheel. I have the trusty Moza R5, has never failed us. One of the best purchases I made in my sim racing career. And if you know my channel, one of our biggest videos was how to use your Moza R5 on Forza Horizon 5. So we're going to do the same thing for Forza Horizon 6. This was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be, but first things first, you want to come into Moza Pit House, and I'm going to show you guys all my Moza Pit House settings at the end. You want to upgrade your Moza Pit House to a beta version, not the release version. So to do that, you would just come down to the left, come to your settings, and up here where it says history version, it will be on release. You want to click 1.3.9. That was all I had to do to get this to work and close out the game. Close out the game, come back in after you update your Moza Pit House, and that was all I personally had to do with my Moza R5 to get Forza Horizon 6 to work with it. I know a lot of you guys are going to be wondering how to get your RPM lights working with that, and we're going to teach you right now. That's not too hard either. So you want to come back up here to the first tab, and then come over here to Forza Horizon 6, go to config once you get on the game, and this is going to pop up. This is your telemetry configuration, so
this is what's going to allow your RPM lights on your Moser wheel to work with Forza Horizon 6. This is already built in. It's not complicated. You don't even have to read all this. I'm going to tell you in short. You copy this first number right here and the IP address down here, and that's pretty much it. Let's minimize Moser Playhouse. Let's go into our Forza settings. Let's go into HUD and gameplay, and let's scroll all the way to the bottom till we get to telemetry. Here you're going to see data out is going to be off. You need to turn this on. Turn it on, and you're going to see the data out IP address. You're going to click it, and you're going to type in the IP address that you can bring back up. Hit your Windows key, Alt Tab, however you got to do it. You can bring back up this IP address, and you want to type this same number into the data out IP address in Forza. Then you have a second number, the data out IP port. You want to click it, and this number for me was 266, but it might be something different for you. Like I said, you can pull back up your Moser Playhouse, and it's the UDP listening port. This number down here, for some reason, doesn't matter. My RPM lights work with this number up here and just using the IP address. So this is 2066. You copy that, you come back into Forza Horizon 6, and you put that number here and just click enter. And once you get out of the game, you'll see your lights go off immediately once you put the right number in. So if it's not working, this data out port right here has the wrong number. It'll go blank as soon as you put the right number in, and then you can come into your settings, go to controls, change input mapping, go to wheel. It should show up here. It's gonna say unknown. You want to pick custom wheel profile 1, and then you can come down here and bind all of your buttons. It should work that simple. To bind your steering, all you're gonna do is turn the wheel back and forth, and it's gonna recognize your steering wheel. And that's pretty much it. Combined steering, I left on. I'm not too sure what this means, whether to use a single control for steering or two separate controls. You guys let me know down in the comment section below, whatever that means. But yeah, we left that on. We came down here, we binded all our buttons. For your shifting, if you have paddles, you're gonna want to go shift up and shift down. You're not gonna want to come down here to the bottom and do first, second, sixth, fourth. That is if you have an H padded shifter or maybe a handbrake, the Moser one. It's a combination. You guys let me know down in the comment section below if you had any trouble with your Moser wheel. We have force feedback working, you guys can see. It's working with that, and we're going to teach you right now. That's not too hard either. So you want to come back up here to the first tab, and then come over here to Forza Horizon 6. Go to config once you get on the game, and this is going to pop up. This is your telemetry configuration. So this is what's going to allow your RPM lights on your Moser wheel to work with Forza Horizon 6. This is already built in. It's not complicated. You don't even have to read all this. I'm going to tell you in short. You copy this first number right here and the IP address down here, and that's pretty much it. Let's minimize Moser Playhouse. Let's go into our Forza settings. Let's go into HUD and gameplay, and let's scroll all the way to the bottom till we get to telemetry. Here you're going to see data out is going to be off. You need to turn this on. Turn it on, and you're going to see the data out IP address. You're going to click it, and you're going to type in the IP address that you can bring back up. Hit your Windows key, Alt Tab, however you got to do it. You can bring back up this IP address, and you want to type this same number into the data out IP address in Forza. Then you have a second number, the data out IP port. You want to click it, and this number for me was 266, but it might be something different for you. Like I said, you can pull back up your Moser Playhouse, and it's the UDP listening port. This number down here, for some reason, doesn't matter. My RPM lights work with this number up here and just using the IP address. So this is 2066. You copy that, you come back into Forza Horizon 6, and you put that number here and just click enter. And once you get out of the game, you'll see your lights go off immediately once you put the right number in. So if it's not working, this data out port right here has the wrong number. It'll go blank as soon as you put the right number in, and then you can come into your settings, go to controls, change input mapping, go to wheel. It should show up here. It's gonna say unknown. You want to pick custom wheel profile 1, and then you can come down here and bind all of your buttons. It should work that simple. To bind your steering, all you're gonna do is turn the wheel back and forth, and it's gonna recognize your steering wheel. And that's pretty much it. Combined steering, I left on. I'm not too sure what this means, whether to use a single control for steering or two separate controls. You guys let me know down in the comment section below, whatever that means. But yeah, we left that on. We came down here, we binded all our buttons. For your shifting, if you have paddles, you're gonna want to go shift up and shift down. You're not gonna want to come down here to the bottom and do first, second, sixth, fourth. That is if you have an H padded shifter or maybe a handbrake, the Moser one. It's a combination. You guys let me know down in the comment section below if you had any trouble with your Moser wheel. We have force feedback working, you guys can see. It's all here. So when you get into Forza, I can drop it on the we had to do with my Moser R5 to get Forza Horizon 6 to work with it. I know a lot of you guys are going to be wondering how to get your RPM lights working with that, and we're going to teach you right now. That's not too hard either. So you want to come back up here to the first tab, and then come over here to Forza Horizon 6. Go to config once you get on the game, and this is going to pop up. This is your telemetry configuration. So this is what's going to allow your RPM lights on your Moser wheel to work with Forza Horizon 6. This is already built in. It's not complicated. You don't even have to read all this. I'm going to tell you in short. You copy this first number right here and the IP address down here, and that's pretty much it. Let's minimize Moser Playhouse. Let's go into our Forza settings. Let's go into HUD and gameplay, and let's scroll all the way to the bottom till we get to telemetry. Here you're going to see data out is going to be off. You need to turn this on. Turn it on, and you're going to see the data out IP address. You're going to click it, and you're going to type in the IP address that you can bring back up. Hit your Windows key, Alt Tab, however you got to do it. You can bring back up this IP address, and you want to type this same number into the data out IP address in Forza. Then you have a second number, the data out IP port. You want to click it, and this number for me was 266, but it might be something different for you. Like I said, you can pull back up your Moser Playhouse, and it's the UD.
UDP listening port. This number down here, for some reason, doesn't matter. My RPM lights work with this number up here and just using the IP address. So this is 2066. You copy that, you come back into Forza Horizon 6, and you put that number here and just click enter. And once you get out of the game, you'll see your lights go off immediately once you put the right number in. So if it's not working, this data out port right here has the wrong number. It'll go blank as soon as you put the right number in, and then you can come into your settings, go to controls, change input mapping, go to wheel. It should show up here. It's gonna say unknown. You want to pick custom wheel profile 1, and then you can come down here and bind all of your buttons. It should work that simple. To bind your steering, all you're gonna do is turn the wheel back and forth, and it's gonna recognize your steering wheel. And that's pretty much it. Combined steering, I left on. I'm not too sure what this means, whether to use a single control for steering or 2 separate controls. You guys let me know down in the comment section below, whatever that means. But yeah, we left that on. We came down here, we binded all our buttons. For your shifting, if you have paddles, you're gonna want to go shift up and shift down. You're not gonna want to come down here to the bottom and do first, second, 6, 4. That is if you have an H-padded shifter or maybe a handbrake, the Moza one. It's a combination. You guys let me know down in the comment section below if you had any trouble with your Moza wheel. We have force feedback working, you guys can see. It's all here. So when you get into Forza, I keep driving on the wrong side of the road. I'm forgetting that this is Japan. But you want to come to your Forza settings, and all you want to do is scroll down here to change your force feedback. Go to advanced controls, and these are my settings here. You guys can copy them. I really didn't change anything from the default settings. I did a whole race with the default settings just to see if they were good enough to race with, and I didn't have to tweak too much. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't that hard. It wasn't that complicated. I didn't have to go through it like with previous Forzas. So I feel like they really thought about us Moza heads. And you guys know Forza Horizon 5 came out the same year that Moza started releasing their wheels. So that's why it was kind of iffy on the wheel support. But it seems we're fully integrated here. The only thing I changed is the vibration scale. I turned this down to 0.3, and that's pretty much it. Everything else here is on 1, and it's on basic neutral settings. We can go in the first person, and you guys can see how accurate it is on these small Japan streets. But as much as I'm turning, it's as much as the wheel is turning. Even the reach over animation, when you get like, it's just so good in Forza Horizon 6, man. You guys need to go pick up this game if you haven't. I'm so happy that force feedback for us worked straight out of the box. I didn't have to do any kind of tweaks, any black magic. I didn't have to do anything we did on Forza Horizon 5, putting extra files in here. It just worked straight out the gate. And I'm even on the game early. This is not release day. This is about 3 or 4 days before the game releases, and everything is working here. We got weight to the cars. I can feel the tires. It feels good to be all right. And you can hear our vibrations and all of that. It feels good to be on a new game. As far as my Moza settings go, I haven't changed them in Moza Pit House. I usually just change them in whatever game we're playing. But we have our force feedback on 80%. This is a Moza R5, and I don't feel I need any more than that. We have our wheel rotation on 900 degrees. Our pedals here are fully pressed up and down linear. And we can go to our wheelbase, go to settings. These are all of my settings. We can come over here to our force feedback. This is my force feedback graph, base curve force feedback. We're on linear force feedback and the miscellaneous tab. We can come down here. These are our settings for our RPM lights. And if you were wondering, down here, we are not using base Forza Horizon compatibility. That is off. And our pedal Horizon compatible mode is not even supported for the Moza R5.
Does anybody have a real breakup? What? Cheated on with your best friend from high school? Now we're talking. That one fucking hard, dude. When did it happen?
I moved out and then I saw her phone and it said it was a message from him, and then she told me she had an abortion.
What was the message from him?
Okay, I think it was a response.
Oh, and they're not friends.
Oh, they're married.
They're married now. Okay.
I didn't find out so late.
Really? I mean, I will say, can I say something actually that's kind of, okay, if the text from the boyfriend is like, dude, last night was so much fun, I loved fucking you, that's almost better than okay, because okay is a committed relationship thing to say. To be like, I hear you, I acknowledge it, and I'll see you tonight for the millionth time. Like, I don't even have to write out a sentence. I'm not trying hard. We're already locked into a relationship. Damn, dude. Okay, so they're together now.
Yeah, he had already proposed before I found out.
Get the fuck out of here. What do you mean? So you were still together when he proposed?
She didn't come home one night, so I moved out. That's whenever I found out all this stuff.
Wait, she didn't come home one night, so you moved out.
He already proposed while I was living with her, and then once I found out from the text message, I moved out.
Wait, what, did you ask her? Were you like, what is okay?
It was the message that said okay from him. There's no reason for them to be talking.
Just the message okay? Told you everything you needed to know?
Right there, I knew it.
You did know it? You had spidey sense?
As soon as I saw the message, I said, yeah,
That's what's been going on. Okay.
There was hints.
There was hints? Let's hear some of those.
One night after we did some Molly, she said he kissed her, and then he asked me, "Do you think she would cheat on you?"
This guy's playing with fucking fire, dude. That's like me with candy. I'll be like, do you think if I ate a whole bag of Swedish fish, I'd feel okay? And you go, why do you ask? I already had one.
I know you won't hear this until you're right. But you are going to love it here.
Could you ever love a girl who had sex with her stepbrother? Me neither. No, me neither. I couldn't either. That's why they...
There's just not enough hours in the day.
All right, well, this is a little bit your fault, too. I mean, you're dating them. I mean, you just were...
Jordan
how long were you with her?
Anyway.
Good sex?
I've been busy getting everything ready.
So just a...
We've got the sofa
just a crazy whore.
I got the garage all set. Oh!
Yeah, that's tough to get away from. We'll stay in relationships a long time if the good sex is there. It's such a trap, dude. It just clings to your biology. And I dated a guy for 2.5 years because the sex was good, and we would have sex, and I would start to think that the retarded things he said were smart. Like
event this week.
Like he made me squirt once, and I was like, maybe the Killers are the most influential band.
It's gonna be on another level. I hope you're here in time. Let me know when you get this.
So when did that happen? Because they're already married.
I found out about 4 weeks ago.
4 weeks? Already married? Oh, well, that's not gonna last. That's crazy. They're bum rushing it. They're out of control. Unless, is he the best friend? Is he wealthy and attractive?
No, he works at the same place as
me. You have to see him? You have to see him?
Yeah, whenever I walk into work in the morning, I see him.
What? Wait. Where? I can't ask where you work. What type of establishment?
It might be a car company in Bloomington, Illinois.
Okay.
What up, people? It's Scotty Tyler on Base Arena, and it is the start of a brand new day here at Horizon Japan. So if you're listening in your car or you're kicking back on the bullet train, well, enjoy your day.
宙センターからガチャシティラジオをライブでお届けしています。1週間にわたって盛り上げてきたけど、今日がいよいよ本番。ホライズン放送衛星の打ち上げだよ。サングラスをかけて一緒に打ち上げパーティーに参加してね。
Cryogenic engine cooling initiated. Hydrogen igniter on. Weather conditions optimal for launch. Onboard system calibration check complete. All systems are go for launch. Main engine started.ヘビーリップミッション358の発射が成功したことにより、ホライゾン放送映像を軌道に乗せることができました。
All right, Horizon, it's your boy, Scotty Tyler, here at the festival site. What a day. We've seen wristbands, legends, rockets, and now a legend convoy headed for the festival. Leading the way, the amazing 2025 GRGT prototype. Oh my word, just look at that thing. Everyone is going to the festival tonight. Legends made at Horizon. I finally get to say it. Here it is, the final stretch. Welcome, everyone, to Horizon Japan.
That wraps up events for tonight at the festival. If you're out in the crowd wondering if you're legend material, the Horizon qualifiers are starting soon.
But don't go anywhere. Coming up, we have all the highlights from another blockbuster day at Horizon Japan.
Su cara, qué horrible, man. Este carnita,
That was quite some performance from the esteemed Belina Marston, escorting the latest roster of legends. A pivotal moment in these drivers' careers. In other news, we're pleased to report the successful launch of Heavy Lift Mission 358, carrying the Horizon Festival broadcast satellite. Crowds and Horizon drivers gathered at the Irokawa Space Center to give it a memorable send-off. The Horizon qualifiers are just around the corner. A grueling mixture of road, dirt, and cross-country events to determine who has what it takes to earn a place in the Horizon Invitational.
Cloud.
Hey. I can't believe we're all here. Make yourself at home. Whatever you need, just ask.
Hey. Oh, we've talked about this for so long, and it's actually happening. So, what's next, May?
Glad you asked. I know the two of you dropped everything to be here, so I got you both a little care package. Everything you need to make the most of your time here. First things first. When in doubt, explore. I've been back here 5 years already, and I haven't even scratched the surface. So, take this journal and document everything. I can't wait to see what you both discover. And I expect photographic evidence. Of course, if you need a guided tour, I've got you covered. I'm sure you both want to earn some cash, but with your driving skills, finding a job will be easy.
Tell me, what's the local racing scene like?
How about street racing at night in Tokyo City? And if that wasn't enough, I have one word for you. Toge.
Hey, mate, this is great, thanks. We couldn't do this without you. Though someone forgot to bring a car.
Don't worry. I got you. Prep these myself. And what's mine is yours.
Ooh, el Celica, bro.
Take your pick. The other two, you can use any time. The Toyota Celica ST205.
Celica.
A homologation special. Perfect for a dirt race.
Okay. Nice.
Make this plate your own, just so we know it's you.
That was cool.
Okay, that works. Now, let's head out. I have something lined up. First stop, Tokyo City.
Sounds good, mate. Lead the way.
To Tokyo City. There's a buzz around the place right now. I'll show you around, but stay close. Events are getting set up all the time. We'll have to navigate some, roadblocks. Just follow me. I know these roads like the back of my hand. Roadblock. Change of plan. Take a left through the stadium.
Tokyo Tower? Whoa! Never seen it up close before.
Let's head along Ginkgo Avenue. Take the next left. Left here. Coming up to Shibuya Crossing now. We're taking a right. Watch the oncoming traffic. us three a chance to race around a new Horizon event route. It's just a taster, but hey, surprise. We'll be meeting up with a couple of my friends. They're the ones who helped me organize this. Alright, let me introduce Yuji-san and Keiko-san. When they're not at the workshop perfecting their builds, they help set up races for the festival.
Please, just Yuji is okay. We have a new route here, ready for testing. We need you to make sure it's fun. Make sure it's Horizon.
Plus, it wouldn't really be Horizon if we didn't make it a race. So, up for it?
Of course. Do you even need to ask?
Well, I also need someone to test the tune on my R32.
My tune 32. Está bien feo.
Remember, this is a race. So, no holding back.
Okay, looks like the route walks well, as does the tune on that R32. Good work, everyone. Thank you.
Getting to race on an actual Horizon track was thanks enough. It's all practice, eh?
Well, we'll need it. Considering I've signed us up for the qualifiers.
Mate, this is amazing, thank you.
In that case, next time we meet, I'll expect you'll have your wristbands. So, go qualify.
Spring. Okay.
Welcome to the Spring Qualifiers, our path to the festival and our first wristband. Standing in our way is the Horizon Invitational.
Mm-hmm.
So, we need to prove ourselves first, in these qualifier events. Complete enough of these, and we'll have a place in the Invitational. First step on the road to Legend Island. Better get to it. What do you want to do first?
Airfield trail, dirt racing. Navigate the uneven loose surfaces as you head near the airfield for a high-speed push. Finish, win, total, and rally. $105. Estamos aquí, sí, pues aquí primero, ¿no?
Straight to a PR stunt. Bold choice. I guess if you want to get to that Horizon Invitational, this is the way to do it.
You'll force a loyalty rewards. Corvette, AMG-1, Aston Martin Vulcan. Okay, cool. Gameplay. Digital. A ver. Metric. Horsepower, spring units. Newton meters. Skills on, yes, save. Inactive telemetry. What's next?
This is your map. It'll help you keep track of where you've already explored. And it looks like you have plenty more left to discover.
¿Y esto qué es? Score Japan, Dango mascot. Not collected. Okay.
Arrived at your destination. That was a speed trap. Horizon calls these PR stunts. The faster you go, the better.
¿Cuánto era? 169. Wow, por 2 kilometritos. ¿Qué voy a hacer? What do you mean? On steering? Goodbye, steering. Creo que está bien así. Car packs. 150. Órale. But what, can I buy them or what? Free. Cabrón, no. Pues decía free, se maman, ¿verdad? Welcome pack, dice. time attack. Welcome pack. Radio.
Keep on coming. Get it.
Japan in a whole new way? The drone can be used to explore from different heights to help you see things from a different perspective.
¿cómo agarro eso? Collection journal. View your collection progress. No wristband. Japan Discover. 6 cars owned. Awesome.
You can use your skill point here to unlock perks. Every car has its own set, offering unique bonuses. Skill points can be spent on any car you own.
Vulcan. Jimmy. Ah, me dieron todos los 3 carros. No, hombre. A ver, está.
All right, making use of the camera I gave you. There's so much you can do with it. Get creative, experiment with the settings, share it to the world. ¿Cuál es el 24? Pero entonces, comparable. Ford. $36.
placed a whole load of them around to help festival drivers gain a little ground outside of all the events. You found a mascot. And smashed it, of course. There's a unique mascot flavor in each region. They offer up credits too, so if you see one, you know what to do.
No funciona ninguno.
Earned a skill point.
There is so much to see in Japan, so this journal will help you track your discoveries. As you explore, you'll earn stamps. Kind of like a diary of your journey. Take a look.
Credits, 25,000, okay. That's fine. Cars.
Treasure cars are one-of-a-kind abandoned cars around Japan. I've got a bunch of photos that might help you zero in on the location. Take a look at this one. It might be nearby. I'm pretty sure a friend of mine used to play golf around here. See the golf carts? Keep an eye out.
I don't. ¿A poco esos son los que están allá atrás? Bueno. Okay. Car mastery, skill point, head turner. From owning this car. That's funny. I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, that's fine. Messages are divided into categories and subcategories to allow for quick access to messages that matter to you. Okay. News. Auction house daily payouts. Starting guide. First time, we thought we might offer a hand and show you what your first hours gameplay will look like. Everything you need to get to starter guide. Starting guide. Chinga, la misma. My stats. First place. Time driven, total winnings. Ooh. Using Anna, discover Japan. Progress earned. Roads 28 already? Well, Festival, live, creative, online skills, records, top speed. Okay. Cool. Okay. Stats, badges. I don't have anything. Okay. Drone mode. Oh, that's fine. My estates online. Compete against other players' rivals for Link Horizon. Horizon Zone. Creative hub. Cards layouts. Store. No. What's next? Feature locked. Ok, ¿dónde estoy? Ah, ya. Pues tenía que ir a uno de estos, ¿no? A ver,
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
bueno, pero a ver, no le he puesto What is this? Applause. Lol. $5.40. Oh, come on. Porque está en ahí. Chinga. Fuck. Okay. Burro.
In 400 meters, turn sharp right. Turn sharp right. In 400 meters, turn right. In 100 meters, turn right. In 400 meters, turn right. Turn right.
You're in a speed zone. Floor it to the end, and don't leave the road.
You have arrived at your destination.
Nice. That's your average speed locked in. Oh, and pass through again every time you think you have a faster car. Put it to the test.
Time attack. What is that? Hokubu time attack. Shirakawa circuit.
In 400 meters, turn right.
Laser.
turn right.
I...
In 400 meters, turn left. Turn left. You have arrived at your destination.
Festival of...
Horizon qualifiers start here. See you at the starting grid.
Okay. Festival event. Rivals.
that's how you do it. It's also how your spot on the leaderboard becomes a goal for others, including me.
Okay, quit event. Level 2? Well, what does that mean? Okay. Carrito, eso debe ser un MR2, ¿no?
Hello, I'm Anna, your automated natural navigation assistant. Let me run through the new features in my latest software update.
Press C to ask Anna.
In my latest update, you can now utilize the auto-drive feature, drone mode, world builder, and the what's next suggestion feature. Let's explore that now. Here I will recommend what you should do next. You haven't qualified for the Horizon Festival yet, so I've recommended a qualifier event for you. Select it, and I'll update your route.
Speed trap. A ver.
Okay, Eli, I have set your route to a nearby speed trap.
Speed trap. 169. ¿Cuál es el 38? Menu, ¿a poco? rally. Link, entonces ¿cuál puse como link? A ver. Button 7. What's 7? Abajo. 7. Telemetry. Shit. What's 35? Pues yo creo que voy a tener que hacer eso, ven, a ver. Okay.
How realistic is the car handling in Forza Horizon 6? Can you use real-world driving techniques? And is this more than just a simcade driving game? What I have to say will likely be deeply traumatic to both sim racers and arcade game fans alike. But in order to unsubscribe and Disgust and anger, you first have to be a subscriber. So subscribe to unsubscribe, click the like button, and of course, as always, thank you to all our channel members, supporters, Patreon members. Without you, we wouldn't be able to ruin the internet to the degree that we do. In some ways, Forza Horizon 6 has some surprisingly realistic aspects to its handling. Now, don't be mistaken, guys, it's obviously a simcade title, it's obviously not trying to be a simulator, and it's obviously designed to be a generally fun game that's fun to play on a gamepad and a wheel. There are things in this game, like there's a sort of baked-in stability control, there's definitely like baked sort of drift mechanics where it goes from grip to the drift slip and it kind of recovers itself a bit, and you can absolutely welly and lean on the tyres and take corners faster by really aggressively driving, which I think is really good fun, but you can really overdrive. It wants you to overdrive to actually get the performance and go deep into corners much of the time. However, really interestingly, you can also drive this in quite a simulator way and get quite a realistic behaviour from the vehicles. First things first, if you want to get somewhat realistic behaviour from the vehicles, check out our force feedback setting guide. It's on our Patreon, and we've also done a force feedback settings video where I explain how we set the force feedback up and the wheel to make it sort of feel as close to a simulator, or just get the detail from it. But also, set your wheel to sim steering. And also, what you need to do is go into the car setup and make sure you've got the brake bias set up, so you need to add it to each car annoyingly, but then move the brake bias back a bit, because by default, pretty much all the cars in this game are very much on the understeery side. But if you move the brake bias back, that immediately makes them oversteer quite nicely on the braking and allows you to use trail braking techniques that you would normally... Really good fun, but you can really overdrive. It wants you to overdrive to actually get the performance and go deep into corners much of the time. However, really interestingly, you can also drive this in quite a simulator way and get quite a realistic behaviour from the vehicles. First things first, if you want to get somewhat realistic behaviour from the vehicles, check out our force feedback setting guide. It's on our Patreon, and we've also done a force feedback settings video where I explain how we set the force feedback up and the wheel to make it sort of feel as close to a simulator, or just get the detail from it. But also, set your wheel to sim steering, and also what you need to do is go into the car setup and make sure you've got the brake bias set up, so you need to add it to each car annoyingly, but then move the brake bias back. Forza Horizon 6 is now available, and in this video I'm going to tell you what it does really well and also how it completely fails. No nonsense, straight to the point, letting you know if it's a type of game that you yourself will likely enjoy or not. This video will annoy lots of people, so subscribe so you have the power to unsubscribe. Click the like button if you enjoy this type of content, and if you want force feedback guides and useful stuff, join our Patreon for free, link underneath the video. Thanks again to all our supporters, members, donors. Without you, we wouldn't be here. Before I get into the depressingly awful and terrible aspects of this video game, I'm first going to butter you up with the positives and what you have to look forward to in this title. And there are quite a few really good things. So if you just want to be miserable and depressed, skip to the end of the video. But for now, here are the positives. And the biggest thing that you notice in this game is that it looks absolutely gorgeous. Now, obviously, I'm just on a budget 5090 system, which is fractionally faster than a Voodoo 2, but not much. So I am able to crank up all the ray tracing, all the lighting, all the shader effects, and everything really high. And it really does look absolutely spectacular. But even if you actually run settings on lower settings, you can get it to look really nice still, even without the ray tracing, and still hit really good frame rates. Things like the reflections, but also the grass, the most important part of any video game, and the trees, the foliage is phenomenal. With the grass deforming as you go through it, little puddles, little divots, little details, all the trackside and roadside stuff, the buildings, the view into the distance, the fog, the ambience, is absolutely bloody incredible. And to be honest, I'd say for me, I think Forza Horizon 5 looked quite nice, but Forza Horizon 4, in many ways, just because it's basically Scotland, looked really nice as well. But this really does continue that kind of super nice quality of graphics, with it crucially running really well. So even if you're on a lower end system, you can actually get decent performance out of it. And on the consoles, they're managing to get a smooth 60 FPS in their performance mode. I actually think 60 FPS is terrible, but on a mid to high end PC, you can very easily get 120 plus FPS with it looking phenomenal. And to be honest, I don't think you even need like the ray tracing settings and some of the advanced lighting stuff. It still looks glorious with those off, and you then get much better performance. So just visually, I mean, look at this now. The city in the distance, the trees we've gone through, the rain, the spray, the particles. It's incredible. It's actually visually incredible. So one of the better looking racing games of recent times. Not the most important part of a video game, but it is a bloody good looking game. Now, it also has to be said that there's a really good attention to detail in this game. Still on the graphic side, the car cockpits, the car models, they look absolutely phenomenal. Like, even the little carpets in the vehicles look really nice. All the dashes, all those details. But then what you really notice is the audio quality is so nice and so immersive. Simple things, small things, like even the transmission whine, that high-frequency wobbling sound you can hear, especially in older rally cars and cars with straight-cut gears, is really detailed, and that really connects you to what the RPMs are doing and what the vehicle's doing. So when you're on a bit of off-road and the wheels spin up and the engine goes, you can pick that up, and then it makes you feel like more's happening. It makes it feel richer. It's the kind of thing you'd actually expect from a racing simulator rather than an arcade racer. But yeah, it's just super nice. Internal sounds, external sounds, other vehicles, ambient sounds, helicopters flying over. The included music is pretty decent. I've mostly been playing with it off. But, you know, the audio, the whole audio design of this game is absolutely phenomenal. So, top-notch audio, I'd say. Some of the best out there. That's already 2 mega positives, guys. I'm sorry for being too positive here. Another huge positive with this title is the ability to just jump into races straight away. Once you've done the intro of the game, which takes like 15-20 minutes, it's very easy to either find AI races, which you can just join by clicking them on the match. You can teleport to a lot of them, or you can drive to them. You know, it's a standard Forza Horizon thing. But even better now, if you want to do the multiplayer stuff, it's a lot easier to just access the multiplayer races through the menu, and it'll just chuck you into them. And yeah, you can get racing and driving, and get a pretty good race and driving, be it track driving, some sort of special rally event, or an off-road event, or even like the hide-and-seek game modes and the different multiplayer modes. You could just jump in and get in racing straight away. So, you know, if you wanted a game where it's a sort of SimCade, jump in and race, well, I say SimCade, some aspects of this are quite realistic, but if you want to jump in and just race, it's a really good title for immediate racing gratification, be that offline or online racing, and that's really fantastic. Now, this might be quite surprising, but I think the physics and handling in this title are actually really quite good. It is very similar to previous Forza titles in the way that the cars drive. It has that Forza Horizon feel and nature to it, and it's also very clear that this is primarily designed to be played with a gamepad, or just works fantastic with a gamepad. But having said that, this was the first Forza where I managed to jump in and play it with a wheel and my nice pedals, with it all really quite coming together quite nicely. We also have a force feedback profile on our Patreon, and if you use that and those settings, you'll see that you can actually really feel reasonably nicely what the car's doing, especially within the nature of how the vehicle's handling this. But the key thing with this is, obviously it's not a hardcore racing simulator, and as I say, obviously designed for gamepad primarily, but the key thing is, when you play this with a pedal and steering wheel, which I like to do because I've got nice equipment, you can use your real-world sim racing driving techniques. And especially, once you put you've got to put a kit on the cars, which is a little bit annoying, that allows you to then adjust the brake bias. I don't know why you can't just adjust it in the cars by default, but you can put a kit on the cars, and you can move the brake bias back a little bit, and you can adjust some of the car setup stuff a bit, but really, just with the brake bias a bit further back, the cars are really quite fun to drive in this, and I would say it's almost as good in some ways as the handling of Wreckfest 2, and in some ways, you could say it's a little bit better, a little bit worse, but the key thing is, the cars, you can approach them like vehicles. You will generally be rewarded for applying decent driving technique, and it will be satisfying for you using moderate amounts of brake input to nose the car in, apexing smoothly, powering out smoothly. Sure, the game does want you to kind of welly things, and there's many situations where chucking the car in and leaning on the magic grip will get you better speed, so it's definitely on the arcadey side, but it's an absolute perfect in-between, or near perfect in-between, of arcade and simulator, which I think means that I'm a very experienced sim racer with thousands of hours of playing driving sims, and I still found this engaging and enjoyable, and I totally believe that someone that's never played a driving game before could play this with a gamepad and still find it really engaging and enjoyable and not too frustrating to drive. So really good handling. It'd be nice if more driving games on the arcade side had this type of handling. I think this is sort of up there with Wreckfest 2, actually has fantastic sort of arcade realistic driving. I'd also say the Dirt Rally games, the older ones, Dirt Rally 1 and Dirt Rally 2, they actually had really good handling. I prefer that a slightly bit more than this, but this is better than Grid and those types of games. It's better than, I actually find it's way more fun to drive than Gran Turismo, for example. So I just think it's really good handling mechanics, and they've done a fantastic job on the physics. Worth also saying with the physics, you do notice quite a nice difference between the different types of cars. Mostly the difference between if you've got a car that's got a lot of downforce on it and a lot of grip, and then how peaky and responsive that makes a car versus a more sloppy car, or a rally car versus a track type vehicle. And that's nice. You feel like you're driving different cars, and the setup things do make nice changes. The more high torque cars and the drift cars again drive really quite differently. You do have to modulate the power a little bit carefully. It is very spongy, it is very drawn out, it's not particularly snappy, but really good as a sort of SimCade, as they call it, arcade racing game. I think everyone can enjoy the handling in this title. Check out our force feedback profile on our Patreon, as I say, because the default force feedback settings were absolute garbage, and the settings don't make any sense. But good force feedback, nice wheel, 500 degrees of input, a little bit of car tweaks, really fun to just drive around and do the races with it. Now, lastly, of the best things in this game, I will say you've got the whole Forza structure there. If you're familiar with 5 and 4 and the previous Forza games, it's very similar to them. But you know, you've got like a main campaign to play through, which has some nice sort of cutscenes and some gimmicky races and crazy stuff happening. Really spectacular, super nice to experience, and a nice reward after having done a bit of grinding through the sort of more bog standard races. You've got all the things like getting the tokens in the environment. You've got mascots to find. You've got vehicles to find, and then of course, as you do stuff, you can unlock cars, you win cars, you can spin to get vehicles. It keeps throwing cars at you, and if you want to get a vehicle straight away, you can go to the auction house and spend your credits on them. So there's just loads of vehicles thrown at you, loads of content, plenty of things to do, plenty of things to keep you busy. It's a nice thing to play through. It is exactly the same though as the previous Forza games. You do have some unique challenges, like the delivery driver challenge, but you know it's not the most exciting thing. It's something to do. It's engaging for like an hour or so. Maybe if you're younger, you might get a bit more time out of it. It doesn't feel like a fully fleshed out delivery game though, like a Crazy Taxi thing or a Euro Truck Sim thing. It does feel quite shallow, but it's a nice different thing to do. It mixes things up compared to the normal racing, so you can't complain. How realistic is the car handling in Forza Horizon 6? Can you use real-world driving techniques? And is this more than just a simcade driving game? What I have to say will likely be deeply traumatic to both sim racers and arcade game fans alike.
Okay, please look up what are the best or the recommended settings for my wheel. I'm using the Moza R5 on this Forza Horizon 6 PC version. And so tell me what for each force feedback setting, what are the recommended settings and why? Why is it recommended? All right. What?
First, Tiny reality check before the sim racing industrial complex consumes another soul. There is no single perfect Moser R5 setup for Forza Horizon. FH5, FH6 physics are inherently more arcade-oriented than proper sims, so the goal is not maximum realism. The goal is stable steering, readable grip loss, controllable slides, and avoiding the wheel trying to dislocate your wrists over a cactus pebble at 140 kilometers per hour. Human engineering. Beautiful mess. Also, people online constantly crank everything to 100 because apparently more force equals more realism. Usually it just means clipping, numbness, oscillation, and tendon regret. Multiple community reports specifically mention reducing FFB strength improves detail and drivability on the R5. Start here, Moser Pithouse settings, recommended baseline. These are the wheelbase level settings before touching the game. Setting, recommended. Why? Steering angle, 900 degrees, best compromise for road cars and Horizon driving. Moser itself recommends 900 degrees. Game FFB intensity, 100%. Let the game output full signal. Fine-tune strength in-game instead. Road sensitivity, 8 to 10. Gives road texture without becoming gravel jackhammer simulator. Wheel speed, 35 to 40%. Prevents twitchy snap reactions during drifting high-speed corrections. Wheel spring strength, 0%. Artificial spring centering feels fake and fights the actual physics signal. Wheel damper, 25 to 35%, stabilizes oscillation and removes shopping cart wheel behavior on straights. Force feedback reversal, off normally. Moser specifically notes FH can invert by default in some cases. If steering feels backwards or insane, invert it. Hands-off protection, on, because direct drive wheels are loyal only to torque. Natural inertia, 150 to 200%. Makes steering feel less toy-like and more like an actual steering rack. Wheel friction, 15 to 20%, adds subtle resistance so center doesn't feel dead. Speed-dependent damping, 40 to 50%, helps stabilize the wheel at high speed without ruining low-speed feel. Moser's official support docs also recommend using their one-click Horizon configuration if available in Pithouse. Recommended in-game Forza Horizon settings. These are the important ones. The defaults are questionable, like most UI sliders designed by committees. In-game setting, recommended. Why? Steering linearity, 45 to 50, keeps steering predictable. Too high feels twitchy, too low feels numb. Vibration scale, 20 to 35, adds texture without drowning actual tire forces. Force feedback scale, 65 to 80, main overall force. R5 only has 5.5 newmeters, so too high causes clipping fast. Center spring scale, 0-10, artificial force. Keep low or off. The tire physics should center the wheel. Wheel damper scale, 15-25, adds stability and smoothness, especially in Horizon's uneven physics. Mechanical trail scale, 100 to 120, one of the most important settings. Controls steering weight and tire self-aligning feel. Pneumatic trail scale, 80 to 100, too high creates weird auto-turning feeling. Community feedback specifically warns about this. Road feel scale, 40 to 60, gives texture detail. Too high becomes noisy nonsense. Off-road feel scale, 20 to 40. Horizon off-road physics can violently overdo wheel impacts. Keep restrained unless you enjoy wrist-based archaeology. Load sensitivity, 45 to 60, controls how strongly cornering load builds in the wheel. Minimum force, 0.5. DD wheels don't need much minimum force. Too high creates artificial heaviness around center. Steering sensitivity, 0, prevents hyperactive steering response. Steering rotation, 900 degrees. Match Pithouse, always match, otherwise the wheel and game argue like divorced parents. The most important settings explained. At mechanical trail scale. This is the real steering weight feeling. Higher equals heavier, more planted steering. Too high, sluggish steering, fake heaviness, understeer numbness. Too low, toy steering, no front tire information. This is arguably the most important FFB setting in Forza. Even motorsport players repeatedly mention trail settings dramatically affect realism. Pneumatic trail scale. This controls tire deformation feel and self-aligning torque. A little's realistic grip build-up. Too much, wheel tries to steer off into corners like a possessed supermarket trolley. That exact leaning into corners complaint appears often with Moser Forza setups. Damper. People love pretending damping is evil because esports forums told them so. In Horizon, damping is useful. Why? Because Horizon physics are less clean and detailed than sims like iRacing or ACC. Some damping smooths oscillation and stabilizes center feel. Without it, wheel feels nervous, center oscillates, highway driving feels weirdly loose. Minimum force. This is mainly for weaker gear/belt wheels. Your R5 is direct drive. It already communicates tiny forces well. Too much minimum force, fake heaviness, muddy center feel, constant resistance. Keep it low. If the wheel feels wrong, wheel pulls the wrong direction. Invert FFB. Several Moser users reported this specifically in Forza. Wheel feels dead in the center. Increase, mechanical trail, wheel friction, damper slightly. Wheel violently jerks off-road. Lower, off-road feel, vibration, overall FFB. Steering feels too light at speed, increase, speed-dependent damping, mechanical trail, wheel friction slightly. Drifting feels impossible. Lower, damper, pneumatic trail, overall FFB slightly. Increase, wheel speed a bit, one more important thing. Forza Horizon will never feel like Assetto Corsa, ACC or iRacing on a wheel. That's not your fault or the R5's fault. The R5 is actually excellent for the price. Horizon is built controller first, softer tyre model, exaggerated grip transitions, simplified road detail, drift-friendly handling. So the best setup is usually one that reduces chaos, increases readability, avoids clipping, preserves smooth steering transitions. Not maximum violence. Humans really do worship sliders like ancient tribes worshipped weather gods. Surely 100% road feel will bring enlightenment. Then the wheel tries to amputate a thumb crossing a dirt patch.
se supone que está 40, 100, 100. Okay. Steering linearity. Qué raro, ¿no? Pneumatic. Friction. Steering sensitivity. el nombre ahora, ¿cómo se llama? Pneumatic Trail Scale. What the fuck? Festival event. Spring, clear morning, a short technical circuit with plenty of long sweeping. And keep the pace fast. Solo, yes. Nissan, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do it. Welcome to car tuning. Here, you can improve your car's performance by adjusting its tire pressure, and differential. 50 is a linear mapping? Really? A ver, ¿hice el intento 25?
qualify done, and a podium for good measure. Nice one. You're well on your way to the Horizon Invitational. Let's take a look. You can track your progress at Horizon in this rather handy journal May gave us. Have a look through it, and then let's head out. Oh, lucky you. Looks like you got a reward.
Nikki's. Road racing. Credits. 10,000. Next. I've got the skills to pay the bills. Force a link. Progress reach 200.
We're gonna be busy, so let's get back to the qualifiers, shall we?
Okay, Eli, what do you want to do?
Pickups.
Okay, Eli, I have set your route to the cross-country race event.
Hey, I asked how you're doing, but it looks like you've been busy. Keep it up. Don't sleep on the radio stations out here. So much driving music to enjoy. Have a scan through. Mind your thing.
Turn right. Tell you about Forza Link. Forza Link tracks the status of you and the people you meet online, and suggests ways for you to link up, converse, and play together. Arrived at your destination.
On the wind farm cross-country, you'll be adapting to challenges on and off the ground. Lots of surface changes, lots of airtime.
chévere la música, ¿no?
Getting used to a Horizon podium already, are we? Great race.
Oh.
Hey, you know, just a thought, but there's no real reason to leave a barn empty, carless. So why not do a good thing for the next person who stumbles upon this place? Okay, what are you thinking?
Sure. Alright.
Want someone to really know it's you when you're out on the road? 2 words. Novelty car horn. Actually, no, is that 3 words?
Oh, 큰일 났다. Hooter. Travel to May's house.
Welcome back, Eli.
This is the auto show. Best kind of shopping. Have a browse, look at what's selling, and hey, you know, maybe even buy yourself a new car.
Affordable. Vai di che queste tolto. A ver, en dos, ¿qué? Hay que... 4:37.
aftermarket car. You can find them here and there. The previous owner would have modified it, but is now looking to sell it on at a good price. What do you think? One for the collection?
Every region here is unique, offering a different side of Japan to explore. Discover, take pics, and drive every road you can.
Turn around when it is safe to do so. In 100 meters, turn left. In 400 meters, turn right. Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Alright, couldn't be any more simple. You'll get notified that a restaurant has some orders ready. Go pick them up, drop them off to customers, and try not to keep them waiting.
Food package confirmed. The route has been set to the pickup location.
Hey, I'm Rakuraku's delivery assistant. We've partnered with the Horizon Festival to bring customers food in style. I'll relay any customer, restaurant, or store requests during your deliveries.
In 400 meters, turn left. Turn left. In 200 meters, turn right. Turn right. In 100 meters, turn left. In 100 meters, turn right. In 100 meters, turn left. 400 meters, turn left. Turn left. You have arrived at your destination.
Here you go.
Hey, that's a big order of ice cream. Get to the customer before it's no longer iced and is just cream.
Arrived at your destination.
Thanks. Nice going. We got more orders if you'd like to take them.
Hey, nice job. You earned yourself a promotion. Keep this up and you'll be climbing the ranks.
Shift progress. What does that mean? Group drift. Take your city food delivery.
Food orders ready. I have set your route to the pickup location. In 200 meters, turn left. 400 meters. Turn left. Turn left. In 100 meters, turn left. You have arrived at your destination.
Ready for delivery.
Alright, you've got a buddy with you for this delivery. This customer ordered a batch of shaken cold brews. Both of you will need to shake up that coffee.
Tough order. Feel like picking up another one?
Okay, Eli, what do you want to do now?
Multiplayer? No,
Okay, Eli, I have set your route to the Dirt Race event.
Easy credits, right? The longer you stay in the job, the higher your job rank, and you guessed it, more credits.
In 100 meters, turn right. arrived at your destination.
Dirt races are all about edge of control. Push it to the limit. Mixed surface mastery. Handbrake, optional. Nothing like a podium to sweeten finishing a Horizon qualifier.
This is not a drill. We got the call to the Horizon Invitational. So get that route set, and I'll see you there.
Jordy and I will be at the starting line. Though I haven't been able to reach him. What a time to not call back.
You still got that urge to be a Horizon legend? Of course you have. Meet me at the Invitational, and we can start our journey.
Turn around when it is safe to do so. Turn right. Turn right. 400 meters. Turn left.
It's right there. That Horizon Invitational event, just waiting for 3 keen racers to claim our yellow wristbands. Come on. What are you waiting for?
You haven't completed the Horizon Invitational yet. Completing that event will grant you access to Horizon Japan. Meters, turn right. Turn right.
Takahiro Sato with an announcement on behalf of Horizon Japan. The Invitational is open. Qualified drivers, make your way to the start line now for your chance to collect a yellow wristband. The promise of a great adventure stretches out before you. The whole festival, no, the whole country is watching. Not to put too much pressure on you, of course. Here, some music might help you stay focused and calm.
Sharp right. You have arrived at your destination.
The Horizon Invitational is a rite of passage for new Horizon drivers. And I had a look at the M2 you'll be driving. Courtesy of the festival, of course. Very cool.
Welcome to the festival. That was quite a drive. Are all your races that exciting? One of the perks of being the boss is that I get to reward drivers who show real potential. So, these are for you. So, your choice. You know what the Evo can do. All surfaces, no drama. If you want a turbo-powered beast, then we have the events to match. An excellent choice. And remember, you'll get to drive them all anytime you want. Your first Horizon wristband, your key to compete in official Horizon events. First of many on your journey to becoming a Horizon legend. But let's have a look at what's next. To claim this next wristband, you'll need to complete this Horizon Rush. To access it, you'll need to prove yourself. You'll be in faster, Class B cars, and here are the events to match. So what will it be? Now you're part of the Horizon Festival, we'll reward you with wheel spins. All you need to do is spin the wheel and claim your prize. Give it a go.
Okay, Eli, what do you want to do next?
Hey, I know we just got our first wristband, but I'm already excited for the next. The only thing standing in the way is that Horizon Rush event. We've got work.
The best summer music. Right here on Horizon Pulse. This is Horizon Pulse calling all yellow wristband drivers heading into actual festival competition and working towards that Horizon Rush at Tokyo City Docks. Now you're going to go through a whole rainbow of wristbands before you reach Legend Island, but it all starts here. Now if anyone would like that same announcement in Japanese, that maybe my friend Toko on Gacha City Radio can help. On the way to the Invitational. Did I miss anything? I'm kidding. I heard. Big shout out to our new Horizon racers. To Scott Tyler for being an absolute gremlin as always, and to the 3 friends who finished together and received their wristbands from Miss Marston personally. I'll just say I've been doing this a while and I know a legend when I see one.